So it's important that member states engage with in a broader policy dialogue with stakeholders, and that obviously includes also university and research institutes. So you guys. So the research that you're doing ideally contributes exactly in setting up these kinds of reforms and investments that then would allow member states to access the facility. And what we're having at the moment, I'll show a slide of the timeline in a little bit, is essentially that in preparation for these plans, there is a strategic dialogue that we as the Commission have with the member states on setting out these plans and making them compliant, essentially with the regulation that underpins this the facility. Then, in terms of this timeline here, which I will not go into the very detail, but it's essentially that we are at the moment. So this facility was agreed on at the European Council level in July. We have now basically set up the kind of rules and kind of frameworks that underpin the facility. We are at the moment in intense meetings and discussions with member states as part of this strategic dialogue. And because the idea is that as a rule, member states will actually submit their official plan by the end of April. And then the Commission will assess these plans within 2 months, and you can already see that. I mean, these are thousands of pages, so you cannot really assess them within 2 months. So what we are doing is we're kind of front loading the discussions to the strategic dialogue that we're having at the moment, and then so because then the official assessment will only be 2 months time, and then the Council will approve it, and then there is 2 elements essentially to it. The first element is that there will be like a pre-financing part, so 13% of this what the member states will get the allocation can be given upfront, so can be given once the plan is endorsed by the Commission and then approved by the Council. And then there is an element, and this is very new to the EU framework, but it's a very important element. Unlike in previous programs and cohesion policy and so on, the money is not being paid by receipts given from the member state, but it's a performance-based approach, meaning that we agree now with the member states on milestones and targets that need to be achieved in a given certain amount of time for each of these reforms and investments. And once these are reached, so actually implemented on the ground, then a member state can request a payment, a disbursement for reaching these milestones and targets, and then the Commission would prepare an assessment and then endorse essentially the disbursement. Then now let me focus a bit on how this green element essentially works, and here we have 2 elements in place. The first one is kind of I call it a minimum threshold, and this means that the plans have to ensure that no investment and no reform included in the plan does significant harm to any of the environmental objectives in the taxonomy regulation. I'll come to that in greater detail in the next slides. So this is kind of, so no measure made green, made not green, can do harm to any of the 6 environmental objectives. And that essentially takes care of a lot of the trade-offs that were described. So a certain measure might support, let's say, climate change mitigation, but does harm to the circular economy, for example, and then that would not work. So these trade-offs need to be taken into account, and that is for all investments and all reforms. At the same time, there's the second part to it, which is somewhat what I call a positive contribution. And that means that a minimum of 37% of the plan's total allocation, so the money that is being given to member states, has to contribute to the climate change mitigation and/or adaptation objectives. So there's a clear, let's say, push for certain reforms and investments that here support the climate change mitigation and adaptation objectives. More generally, what the RF regulation, so the facilities regulation underpins is that measures should also more generally contribute to the green transition, including biodiversity and or addressing the challenges arising from it. So of course, if you are in a transition, then that would also be relevant here. So just for you to know, I don't see the chat or anything. So I of course, I'm happy to answer questions afterwards. Unless there's a really burning question, then feel free, of course, to jump in. So let me now outline a bit these two elements. So this lower threshold, do no significant harm, and let's say this positive contribution side in terms of the contribution to the green transition and how this is being ensured. So I mean, we discussed this already a bit in the last 2 days. The taxonomy regulation really comes into place here, and this is based on a technical expert group on sustainable finance. And here, of course, what's important is basically that this group has developed a classification system to determine which economic activity can be considered environmentally sustainable. And this regulation is in force. But there are two elements to it. The first one is that it's really focused on the private sector. So what we are trying to do here is essentially to use the kind of thinking and the narrative and the framework of sustainable finance from the private sector and translate it into what that means for investments from the public side. And the second element to it is that a lot of the nitty-gritty details, which are defined in what's called the technical screening criteria, are currently under discussion. And Jesus mentioned that there was a public consultation on the draft for climate change mitigation and adaptation that received both praise and criticism, and so this is something that's under discussion at the moment. And just to get you the logic right, and in my next slide I'll show an example on how this looks concretely, is that the taxonomy essentially defines what's called a substantial contribution, meaning that by supporting that activity, economic activity, you actually provide substantial contribution to one of the environmental objectives. At the same time, you should not do harm to any of the other environmental objectives. So this is a bit, what I mentioned with the trade-offs that is being taken into account here. And here, I hope you can read it on your screen. I have a big one, so I can kind of see it. But I mean, I'm also happy to share the links, of course. So this is an example of how this looks like in this delegated act, which is a draft act, just to be clear. This is for renovation of existing buildings. So what the technical screening criteria mention here is a substantial contribution, for example, to climate change mitigation would be if the result of this renovation, of this energy efficiency renovation in buildings would lead to a primary energy demand reduction of at least 30%. Yeah? So this would mean that if that activity ensures that would mean it's a substantial contribution to the climate change mitigation objective. At the same time, though, and this is the other part of the slides here, is that it should not do harm to climate change adaptation, to the sustainable use and protection of marine and water resources, to the transition to a circular economy, to pollution prevention and control, and protection of biodiversity and ecosystems. And what that means in practice, or this do no harm, is basically outlined here. So just as an example, building renovations to not do harm, not do a significant harm to the circular economy would mean that at least 70% by weight of the construction and demolition waste generated during the renovation is prepared for reuse, recycling, and other material recovery. There are additional elements to that, but this is just to make it, once to show you what that means in practice. And now, so maybe slightly backing up again. So what is this do no significant harm? Again, I mean, we're obliged by legislation to make sure that no measure in the plan leads to significant harm to any of these 6 environmental objectives that I already mentioned. Jesus also mentioned that we published just very recently on 12th of February, technical guidance on it. And this is also a lot of the basis of my presentation here, but I really invite you to take a look at this guidance also in form of your research, because I think it can provide some thinking of that we have been doing inside the Commission on how to apply the taxonomy in this particular field of the RRF. And that's important maybe to mention that this is really an application for the RRF specifically. It does not necessarily mean that this is will be applied in other instruments the same way. Just to mention maybe 3 elements here and the relationship of what is covered by this do no significant harm DNSH assessment that the Commission and the member states essentially will do, and the Commission will assess. Is that complying with EU and national and environmental law is basically an obligation, but it's a separate obligation and does not waive the do no harm assessment. So just to mention that basically just complying, in quotation mark, just complying with the environmental legislation of the European Union or the national law might not be sufficient. A, because it might not cover all the elements that are actually needed for the assessment, but B, also because we see that the taxonomy has somewhat more a forward-thinking approach, whereas a lot of the legislation is, of course, quickly outdated to some extent because of technological progress. Environmental impact assessments, more sustainability proofing, which has come somewhat, for large investments in infrastructure, for example, this is something that is a requirement, again, is useful for this assessment, but might not necessarily mean that it's compliant. And these technical screening criteria that I mentioned here, since they are in draft form, we encourage member states to use it, but of course, we can, this is an option essentially for member states to use for the time being. Then in terms of, and this might be interesting also from a conceptual perspective, so what this assessment entails in the context of the RRF is that we would be looking at the direct impacts, but also the primary indirect impact. So just to give you an example, if a member state were to, let's say, construct roads, the direct impact of the road is, of course, the actual construction of the road, whereas a primary indirect impact would be, for example, the greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants that arise due to increased traffic from that road construction. So we would cover both of that in the assessment. Then what the assessment would also do is consider the measure of the investment, the reform across the life cycle of the activity. So this does not necessarily mean that there's a life cycle assessment analysis needed for all cases, but just to give you an idea, if there would be a support scheme for battery electric vehicles, for example, then the consideration of the do no harm assessment would entail not only the production and the assembly and so on of the vehicle, but obviously also what happens to the battery at the end of life. And then maybe a few caveats to that. So if there are measures that promote electrification, and I mean that's something, of course, that we generally would be looking favorably to, and indeed for this do no harm assessment for the climate change mitigation objective, this would be covered. While acknowledging that, of course, the electricity mixes in member states are not 100% renewable and green yet, there are mechanisms that really push it into the right direction. And we say that if the measure is also accompanied by an actual effective increase in renewable generation, then electrification basically is somewhat curtailed from this assessment. In terms of what we're looking at in terms of benchmarks, for example, so we essentially divide between two elements. The first one is if an economic activity has, an alternative that has a low environmental impact available, then the measure would be compared vis-a-vis essentially this, a no intervention scenario, meaning this low intervention, this low impact element. So, for example, if a member state would want to, theoretically propose a scheme by which, let's say, old inefficient diesel cars would be a scrappage scheme would be replaced by more efficient diesel cars, the new, more efficient diesel cars would not be compared to the old ones that they are replacing, but rather to the low impact alternative, which in that case would be zero emission cars. And then, the assessment of what constitutes significant harm would be based on that. And just to mention that this kind of thinking, of incremental, increases basically, to have that thinking replaced now by an actual, no intervention benchmark is a huge move forward in our internal thinking within the Commission. Essentially saying that these incremental increases are no longer sufficient. However, there are certain activities where there's no technologically or economically feasible alternative. So I'm thinking about steel production, cement production, for example. Of course, there are possibilities and they are coming forward, and that's very encouraging. But they might not be at a scale yet where this can be applied across the board. In those kind of scenarios, then the comparison for the do no harm assessment would be done vis-a-vis the best available levels of environmental performance in the sector. So this is not about a specific technology or a specific technique. This is really across the sector. So a much wider definition of what alternatives would be available. And just maybe as a side note, it's a footnote in the guidance document that I mentioned. The technical guidance document is basically to determine whether there is really no technologically and economically feasible alternative. What we would be looking at is really the costs arising across the lifetime of the measure, and that includes the costs of environmental externalities that arise due to basically this, the maybe more polluting measure, but also the future investment costs to actually switch to this low environmental impact possibility. So this is quite a strict definition in essence. Then, of course, as always, there are political compromises. And that's of course a big one from a do no harm perspective. So in general, fossil fuels are deemed not to be compliant with do no harm. However, there are limited exceptions and there are quite strict conditions attached to it. They're outlined in Annex 3. I'm happy to go into detail here in the Q&A. But there are certain fossil fuel investments on a case-by-case basis that would be allowed. Again, this is of course, the political compromise in the end. Another element is that all these measures need to be future-proof and should not lead to lock-in effects. So of course, anything that is carbon intensive and that has a lifetime beyond 2050, whereby 2050 climate neutrality, the climate law kicks in, would be not feasible, would be not possible under to be financed through the Recovery and Resilience Facility. However, sometimes accompanying reforms and investments are required. So, for example, a road could be made future-proof in essence by introducing, basically refueling and recharging stations for hydrogen, for electricity, so for battery electric vehicles and so on. So this is basically one way. And then basically compliance with do no harm is an issue, is an element that which we really stress needs to be already integrated in the design of the measure. So the investment scheme, for example, because we need to make sure that this is basically complied with from the very beginning. So how do we do this in practice? Because I gave you a lot of the outskirts now of what the kind of thinking is and what the assessment looks like. But of course, this is a bit more on how we do this in practice. And I'll go a bit faster here to cover all slides and to also leave enough time for questions and answers. So we have essentially prepared a checklist, and this checklist, and I'll show it to you in a second, allows a bit, on the one hand, to be practical and implementable by member states, because obviously this is a huge work for member states to provide that justification and to provide that design of the measure, while at the same time, of course, being being rigorous in its application to really give life to this principle. And essentially, so I'll go now into the slide how we do this. We essentially have 2 steps, and member states are invited to first have somewhat like a filter. This is the first question, and here member states should indicate which of the environmental objectives below require a substantive assessment, and I'll come back to that in a second, for each measure. So each investment and each reform would need to fill out this table, and essentially you can only say no under 3 conditions, and the 3 conditions are here mentioned in ABC, is that either the measure has really no or an insignificant foreseeable impact. So take, for example, a reform in the social domain might not have any foreseeable impact on the circular economy. Of course, it depends on the details, but there are many of these investments and reforms that might simply not have an impact. Now, this is the first one. The second kind of shortcut would be, and I'll come back to that in the second part where I show this positive contribution side, if it really provides a contribution in terms of how we measure this contribution, 100%, I'll come back to that in a second, or if it provides the substantial contribution pursuant to the taxonomy regulation, because of course the logic here being that if you contribute substantially to climate change mitigation, for example, you do not harm this objective. In all other cases, the member state would have to say yes, and then go into a second step. And the second step essentially asks then more detailed questions for each of these 6 environmental objectives. So here the example is for the circular economy. So whether it leads to an increase in generation, incineration, or disposal of waste. Whether it creates significant inefficiencies in the direct or indirect use of natural resources, or it causes significant and long-term harm to the environment. So these are a bit the questions we have in the annex of this technical guidance, and here's also the link to it, worked out examples, including on waste recycling, which is an example of do no harm compliant, but also of waste incinerators, which is an example of non-compliance. And there we kind of detail how we see this being implemented in practice. Now let me spend another 5 minutes maybe on this positive contribution side. So I explained basically, let's say, the lower threshold under which nothing can fall, but of course the RF is also there to actually provide a positive contribution to the environment, and probably more specific to the climate change objective. So the approach here dates back essentially to Rio Marcus, so the OECD worked on this back in the 90s essentially, but it has been further developed, also taking into account the taxonomy regulation, and it essentially classifies intervention fields, meaning that and I'll show practical examples in a second, but it basically creates categories under which different investments and reforms could fall under. And then each of these intervention fields basically say whether there is, in general, on average, a contribution to 2 objectives. One is the climate element, and another one is broader environmental considerations. And I'll show that in the next slide. But basically, member states are then asked to classify these investments and reforms using these intervention fields, provide a justification, of course, that really reflects the nature of the measure. And then these coefficients, and I'll show that in a second, as I mentioned, are multiplied with the estimated cost with the cost share actually, to then calculate whether on the overall plan level, the 37%, as I mentioned at the very beginning, of the climate change contribution are actually reached. Now, in terms of how this looks like, and this is just a few of these 140 plus intervention fields. So essentially, what you see here is, for example, research and innovation process, focusing on the circular economy. So investments, for example, that would fall under this category would allow a contribution of the cost share 40% towards this climate change objective, and 100% towards the environmental objectives more generally. And here you see a few examples, from energy efficiency to, of course, household waste management, to also, the lower one, use of recycled materials. And here there's a specific criteria attached to it, meaning that at least 50% of this recycled materials actually, replaces virgin materials, and then you get 100% climate change objective coefficient and 100% environmental coefficient. And by multiplying this with the estimated cost shares, then you can derive whether the plan overall contributes. So this is in a way, I mean, there are many imperfections to that, obviously, and we can discuss them in the Q&A. But this is one way of kind of systematizing and evaluating to which extent the measures contribute. Now, of course, I mentioned that this is the 37% applies to climate change only, and that's a caveat. But more generally, what we ask from member states is to provide a qualitative approach and assessment on how the measures, so how the investments and reforms contribute to the green transition. And to that, these environmental coefficients that I showed in the previous slide come into hand. But also member states can use, here again, the taxonomy regulation to justify how the measures and whether and how the measures contribute to the green transition. Now let me end, and this is also my last slide, on a few personal reflections. So essentially what this, we have a lot of money at the moment, and this is really a big, game changer in EU integration even. And the question is, you have essentially two options, right? Either you just give out the money without any conditions attached to it, and then member states do whatever they want with it. This was clearly not what the European leaders had in mind, and also not what the other EU institutions had in mind. Or you try to ensure essentially that the money flows into the right direction, but then you really need to go into the detail and flag it out what that means. And the RF tilts a bit more towards this latter approach, more specifically with the do no harm. So really trying to give life to this principle for public investments and reforms, to ensure that there's no harm done. At the same time, to have this minimum threshold of 37% positively contributing. So actually incentivizing, well, not incentivizing, essentially really forcing almost member states to bring forward measures that contribute positively. At the same time, you also have, and I mentioned that at the very beginning, this performance-based approach. So this is not just about, saying that we will contribute or saying that we will implement issues, but the disbursement of the money is conditional upon achieving milestones and targets that, lie in 2023, 4, 5, 6, on actual implementation of these measures on the ground. So this is in a way how we see how we can ensure a sustainable and circular recovery. Now, on the circular recovery, there maybe the reflection would be that, of course, as I showed, there are intervention fields that really support, and also, of course, the do no harm at least basically ensures that no harm is done to the circular economy. But the binding quantitative target of 37% covers only climate change mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, the circular economy element will be there, and we see it across the plans, but it is likely not to be the dominant force. The dominant force relies on the climate element, and there other interventions basically are more likely to be more pronounced: energy efficiency, renewables, adaptation measures, of course, but also sustainable mobility as an example. So from a circular economy side, I think we are a large step forward, but not there yet. Let's put it that way. Compared to climate, of course, they are interlinked. I'm fully aware of that, but in the policy terms, they're two separate issues, unfortunately. There we are not there yet. I think where we could be, but we're clearly making steps in the right direction. And then maybe a few reflections. I'm happy to take this in the Q&A as well. Is kind of the, I mentioned that there are two possibilities in essence, right? Just give money to member states and they do what they want, or have conditions attached to it. There, of course, what you need to keep in mind is a bit, let's say, a potential trade-off between reporting requirements, but also the swift disbursement of money, because obviously we want to help the recovery, and the recovery needs to happen now. So there is a potential trade-off. Now, in terms of the detail potentially required to make all of these assessments, and let's say what is legally possible at least from a Commission perspective, what we can ask member states, but also what is sensible, might create some tension. And this is probably particularly relevant, of course, from a research perspective. I mean, we are internally fully aware of the let's say the shortcomings of the methodologies that we are using. I mean, that's very clear. However, and that's often in political reality where it kicks in, these methodologies, well, the do no harm is relatively new, but the Rio markers, for example, are kind of, they're established while having, of course, shortcomings. So, but they are available versus, of course, we also looked into alternatives, but they might not be tested, so they might be new. However, they would be more advanced. And then it's a bit, where do you draw the line between, having something that works and is available versus something that might be better but poses risks. And that's a clear trade-off. And there is also space for research to come in, both, of course, to create and to have good, essentially, methodologies to have that, but also to engage then with the policy domain to implement them over time for them then to become basically the gold standard. And maybe a last point on the role of research, university, and evidence. I mean, there's a lot of data, a lot of, let's say, investments being created now, channeled through these, kind of streams of do no harm, the assessment done on the contribution, but also then on the performance, for which, of course, there's great opportunities for research to come in to actually check, of course, to which extent what we have in mind and what we're hoping to achieve with this RRF, and I mean, time will show whether we can actually deliver on that, whether all of that is implemented and has actually these effects, right? So there's a lot of potential now from a research perspective, of course, to check before, during, but also after the implementation, of course, of the RRF, to see whether we got it right in the end. And that is, of course, essentially an invitation to also work together on finding ways of how to make sure that, also from a research perspective, we are really covering this well. So I would stop here. I'm very much looking forward to the questions and answer session, any discussion. I'm also here for the coffee break in case there's more. Happy also to just have a chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florian. Very interesting and challenging speech, and full of thought-provoking reflections in the end. So one of my duties today is also to ask to the audience if there is any question. So please don't be shy. I see already two raised hands. So it's Andrea Molocchi and Stefano Turrini. So please, Andrea, switch on your microphone and you may ask your question.
Thank you, Alessio, and thank you, Florian. It's really an interesting presentation, and I followed in the last 2 years the process of the taxonomy. So I'm really glad and also astonished to see the development that the idea of the taxonomy had in these months, I would say. I was just wondering, the taxonomy was thought on particular activities. But the most interesting point that comes out from your presentation is that the taxonomy concept is going to be applied in policies, in evaluating, let me say, in evaluating subsidies. Because at the end, the projects that will be planned under the RRF will be mostly of them subsidy schemes, thematic subsidy schemes. So I think this it's going to be a real revolution from a certain point of view, because usually subsidies have been thought only in the positive way, so the positive contribute to a certain aim. And this is the first time that at the European Union level, the subsidy scheme should respond to a do not harm principles to other policies. So I think this is really a major step in terms of policy evolution. What I was impressed by the degree of development of all these ideas into, let's say, guidelines that so my first question is, are these guidelines already published, or are they in development? And the second question, it's similar, so I make it together. The second one is that the do not harm principle is not the only one. There is also the positive contribute in terms of Rio markers. But there is also a third one, which is probably most known or most important, which is the performance indicators. And which kind of performance indicators have you in mind? Because usually, you know, it's after the Agenda 2030, there are a lot of different kind of indicators have been developed, and I think the sustainable development ones are probably the most holistic ones, and we have thought a lot about it, about them in terms of research, in terms of policies, but I am not hearing about applying sustainable development indicators as performance indicators. What do you think about it? Thank you.
So Florian, shall we take, because there are two other questions, so if you want to reply now, we can then take another question. It's up to you.
Maybe I reply right away, if that's okay, Alessio, because then it's a bit more interactive, and I mean, other colleagues can just jump in. I mean, this should be, I see this as a an informal exchange. So, I mean, thanks very much, Andrea. Like this is of course great to hear from someone who has looked and worked on the taxonomy element quite a lot as you have. I mean, we are fully aware that this is quite a big step. It's especially big step for the Commission, but of course through the RF, it really has a big implementation, or let's say a big reflection on also potentially in the future of how the Commission will look into do no harm for other areas. Of course, not prejudging anything here, but I mean, this is clearly a first step. So and indeed, I mean, essentially, especially the grants element of the facility is essentially, yes, about subsidy schemes into certain areas, maybe from renewable energy to supporting SMEs for innovations, and all of those essentially fall under do no harm. Of course, every measure needs to be assessed, and then of course what will be crucial in essence is to equate, and that's what we're trying to do in the technical guidance. I posted it in the chat. It's also available in Italian and all EU languages. What we are essentially saying is that we, of course, there are caveats to it, but essentially what we're saying is that the activity logic in the taxonomy equates to the measure logic in the RRF, meaning that a support scheme, a subsidy support scheme for SMEs, for example, if it would cover a broad range of different industries and activities, then all of those activities basically would need to be seen whether they are do no harm compliant. And then the design, and this is why I mentioned that in my presentation, the design of this support scheme for SMEs essentially has to make sure that only those activities are being supported that are compliant with do no harm. So in a way, what we are mainly talking about from our perspective is how can we design policies and investments reforms that carve out the possibility of supporting activities that do harm to any of the 6 environmental objectives. In terms of the performance indicators, I mean, this is a good point. I mean, there are 2 points to it quickly. The first one is, of course, on the milestones and target debate. So how a member state can show that the implementation is being done. And here, I mean, I fear a bit that I used to work at the OECD on the SDG indicators, for example. So one of the elements, or one of the problematic elements, is here that, first of all, there's always a huge time lag, right, in terms of the data on that level. But also it would be very difficult to identify actually whether the direct contribution from activities that are supported by the facility leads to an increase, right? So correlation causation kind of element. So what we're looking into the milestones and target debate is a much more granular direct link. However, and that's the second part to it, you mentioned rightly that, so just to give an example, in the 2020 annual sustainable growth strategy, the SDGs were huge. In the 2021, they were not explicitly there. However, and I post in a link from colleagues in the Joint Research Center of the Commission that looked into how basically the plans and the overall framework at EU level relates actually to the SDGs. And what you see is that while they might not be there that explicitly, implicitly, the SDGs play a huge role in this, because the whole narrative and also the relevant indicators are very much aligned with the kind of thinking and the kind of structure of that underpins the RRF. But there will also be performance indicators. There will be a scoreboard being developed. This is part of the RRF regulation. But there it's too early to tell you the details because this is currently under work. But just let me reassure you that the sustainable development SDG indicators in particular will continue to play an important role, but it might not always fit perfectly into the RRF framework, at least not explicitly. I hope I answered your question. Otherwise, jump in, Andrea. Thanks.
Certainly. I come from the school of the cost-benefit analysis, so it was very difficult to perform a whole study on cost-benefit effects of each project. So I think this simplification in evaluating projects is welcome in a certain point of view. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks a lot, and now it's Stefano Turrini's turn, please.
Thank you so much, Floria, for the presentation. It's really interesting to see, like, from a person that is in a site. My question is about Italy. Like, as we know, we are not like the most efficient country when we speak about like spending the European fund. And like, do the European Commission is worried about this, and what are your recommendations for the Italian context? Thanks.
So Before I answer, just so thanks very much, Stefano, for the question. It's a very pertinent one. Just to make very clear, I cannot comment on individual country plans because the strategic dialogue that I outlined at the moment, it's really at the moment between the member state and the Commission, and it's up to the member states to decide to which extent they make this public. But more in general, of course, there are member states, and there are certain, let's say, structures and systems that are difficult at the moment, especially if you think about it. I mean, this is a huge amount of money, and this huge amount of money needs to be absorbed, right? And for that, there are certain structures at the moment in member states that might make it difficult for them to actually absorb the money. It's not that they come up with good ideas and good plans, but it's really about actually absorbing that money. So this is essentially, we try to, I mean, this is very difficult because this, of course, there's some path dependency, and it goes back for many years. But essentially what we're trying to achieve here is that combination between investments and reforms to say, okay, in order for you to access and absorb and actually use the money in the right way, what you sometimes have to do is a reform in your administration, in the way you use the money, in order to actually allow you to access the funds. So in a way, this is why we try to link as much as possible this reform and investment element. And this is not just we as the Commission. I mean, this is agreed by all EU institutions, by the co-legislators most of all, because they agreed on the regulation. So I cannot give you a complete answer, especially not on Italy, because that is too early to say. But basically, we try to see it in a way whereby you would combine then this investment with a reform of public administration of whatever kind to allow it. So let's discuss this again in half a year time. Then maybe we can go into more details.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, then I have another question. I would say this is the last question for the session, and then maybe there can be this coffee hour, coffee break, if Florian provides a Google Meet link where we can, or Jacopo, maybe you can create a Google Meet. But this final question,
Alessio.
Yes.
Just because you raised the let's say the organizational issue, I think that in consideration of the amazing interest of Florian's speech, we could just easily keep on this in this virtual room.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any let's say a reason for creating a new link.
Okay, fine.
Either everybody is interested, or who's not interested, or simply is not able to attend during the break, can simply exit the room. But we will just stay here like more or less yesterday, I think. So
okay, up to when there are still questions. Okay.
Yeah,
so now I can move to the. There is a question on the chat by Enrico Gabriele. But I would suggest that Enrico just ask the question in voice if he prefers. If he does not prefer, then I can read the question, which is, when talking about allowing more electricity-intensive projects, do these electricity-intensive projects refer to both off-grid and grid-connected projects, like referring to the case of higher renewable energy sources deployment? I don't know. I hope I interpreted the question right.
No, thanks very much, Alessio, and thanks, Enrico. I will try to answer it, but please jump in case I'm moving in the wrong direction. I mean, basically, the thinking of electrification. So two parts to it. The first one is the thinking behind electrification. Is essentially, so for example, green hydrogen, of course, ideally, hydrogen would be produced with renewable electricity only. However, if you know, typically this is not being done at the moment. At the moment, what we see is the electrolyzers are maybe connected directly to a renewable energy source, but at the same time to the grid. And of course, the logic behind this primary indirect effect would be that this electrolyzer would lead to a higher demand of electricity. And of course, since the electricity mix in essentially all member states is not 100% green yet, this would lead to greenhouse gas emissions, among other environmental issues, of course. So at the same, but at the same time, we see that in the longer term perspective, this is of course something that we need to achieve. Battery electric vehicles would be another one. I mean, you can debate, of course, if there are other technologies as well, and there is a technology neutral approach to that. But just to give you an example of where the thinking comes from. Now, however, and that comes maybe to the, so maybe finish that first. So in terms of electricity usage or higher demand, of course, what we see at the same time is that we have, the 2030 targets for greenhouse gas reductions. We have 2050, of course, the climate neutrality, but also we have renewable energy targets, whereby member states will have to increase their renewable share, essentially meaning that, and decarbonize. So both at the same time, meaning that the electricity mixes will come, and we see that will become greener over time. And that's a way essentially where we say, okay, here we have a strategic importance of the electricity element. And that's why we carve it out for the climate change mitigation objective. I mean, if you build grid or have electricity intensive activities, of course, the other 5 environmental objectives would still apply, right? So, building a grid, through a natural reserve would still need to comply with the biodiversity and ecosystems objective, just to give you an example. But there's a second element to it, and we try to get into this in greater detail in the guidance, again in a footnote, but we do, is basically activities that are electricity intensive, for which there's no, let's say, low carbon alternative available, meaning most of these sectors that are covered by the EU ETS, the emissions trading system of the EU. And there, of course, you would have already, by the sheer fact of the carbon price, a signal towards decarbonization your activities. And there, of course, if there would be support in these kind of sectors, a specific condition is attached to it. And that means that actually after the measure, your reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of these energy intensive users, including electricity intensive users, would need to achieve basically a reduction that would be equatable then to, kind of the top 10% that are allowed for the ETS benchmark for free allocation. So what we're saying here is basically you can support these industries, but then the impact needs to be strong enough to actually push them to the most performant installations. So this is a bit technical. I can go into greater detail if needed, but it's basically the electricity side has in a way two sides to it. On the one hand, yes, there's this carve out, I think for good reasons, but to be discussed. And then there is an element, of course, that some of these electricity intensive users are covered by the ETS, and then you would really need an additional incentive that is already there because of the carbon price that really pushes you or allows you to provide finance to these firms. There are, of course, also maybe something I didn't mention within all this RRF activities. State aid rules apply to the full extent, and there, for example, also from a state aid perspective, you have certain rules attached if you support firms covered under the ETS. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you again. And if I don't know if, according to what Jacopo said, who is interested in interacting with Florian can stay here during the coffee break. So I will go on chairing this coffee break. It's the first time I chair a coffee break, but it's nice. Yes, Jacopo.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that sometimes I am, let's say, too quick in proposing things. So I realized that I just attached you to the coffee
No,
break.
yeah, but it's fine
I hope
because
you don't mind, Alessio.
no, it's fine. I mean, I
Okay,
wanted
sorry
to
for
ask
that.
questions myself, but I see that in the chat there is also.
It has just appeared one, I think. Yes, I
Okay,
was
no,
also
yes,
checking.
it's thank you very much from Enrico.
Okay, no
But
further
if
questions.
possible, then I would exploit this confusion space to ask a question myself.
Okay.
Because I'm really curious about the way in which actual monitoring and enforcement will take place in the context of the facility. Because you were mentioning that it can be the subject for research, and I think that it's true that there is also a lot of space for research of what is called public enforcement of law in a European perspective, in the sense that uh, I don't fully get, but maybe it's because I'm not familiar with not too familiar with the facility yet. What is the if there is an explicit enforcement mechanism based, for example, on fines, like in the EU ETS, or and this is my understanding, if the enforcement mechanism is implicit in terms of not receiving the second part of the funding, or like, I don't know, I don't remember the name of the when you open a breach of EU legislation for member states, uh, and I wonder how much space is there for renegotiation over time between the European Commission and the EU member states, according to actual implementation of what is promised in the first phases. Thanks.
Thanks, Alessio. No, these are very good questions. Not easy ones to answer, but I'll give it a try. And then again, of course, what I'm telling you now is the kind of thinking that is enshrined in the RF regulation and that we're trying to implement. But how things are then being implemented in practice might be two different things, and that's clearly something to watch out for. Huh? So maybe three parts to try to answer the question. So kind of what is the monitoring enforcement possibility? So how we see it in actual implementation is through these milestones and targets. Yeah, because that is essentially the only way how member states can access the disbursement of the funds, but at the same time, from maybe a Commission perspective, to hold the member states accountable to the achievement of what was agreed previously. So, if it's, again about, electrolyzer, then a target could look like, you install, we install an electrolyzers of, with this kind of capacity for generating hydrogen by 2023. And then in 2023, the member state, would come to the Commission to say, look, here's the evidence. I'm oversimplifying, but here's the evidence that we have achieved this target. And then, from a Commission side, we'll look into this. We'll say, okay, is this true? Has this been achieved? Yes or no? And then, basically, upon approval, essentially, the member state would actually be paid for it. So, in a way, this is from an implementation side, at least. Now, what you are referring to, and that's my second part, is kind of audits, control, and also reference to infringement procedures. So here may be two elements. The first one on infringement procedures. Infringement procedures basically are launched if a member state would not comply with the EU law. And again, I mentioned that this, of course, is a requirement. It's a general requirement. So if a member state would use the funds in a way that infringe upon EU law, then it's, of course, the right or the possibility of the Commission to launch an infringement procedure against the member state. But as I also mentioned in the do no harm aspect, of course, a lot of these elements might even go, beyond what is in EU law, and then of course it becomes much trickier. So this infringement procedure would not be possible. The second element to it is the audit and control, and here, I mean, what the regulation essentially says is that the member state will need to bring forward its own audit and control system, and that framework of this system will be checked by us. So we are in discussion on these elements, but it is essentially first and foremost upon the member state to ensure that the audit and control systems are strong enough and actually implemented over time, and often basically the usage of existing frameworks for cohesion policy and so on are being used. But in case there is, and we will do ex post checks, but not on a broad scale. We will do it basically case by case. Of course, if we are becoming aware of any infringements on this, then of course we would have a check. And in case, and this is of course the ultima ratio type of idea, if there is a clear infringement and a clear misuse of the funds, then there is a possibility in the RF regulation that would allow a clawback of the money from the member state. So of course we hope to avoid this, and we hope that this will not happen. It's also in the interest of the member state, but this is a possibility. So yeah, I was there. I wrote down a third question, but I don't.
No.
I cannot read it anymore.
You answered to all the questions. A follow-up could be if there is some documents where it is possible to check how these ex post checks of the national member states enforcement audit systems work. So
yes, I can post actually a link to what we call a guidance document. So this is essentially, well, the reader would be the typical member state, but where we detail a bit generally how it works, and that includes also this audit control system. So I'll post it now in
thanks a lot. I'm realizing that I'm making it too personal. So there is another raised hand by Jacopo. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much, Alessio. So I would have some questions, but I'm not sure whether to go to the question related to the circular economy, so that maybe it can help us to bridge to the next session. So maybe then there will be also other people willing to pose questions. So my question was a bit narrower in perspective, let's say, because it goes back or it recovers to the circular economy. And I was quite impressed by seeing that there are no binding quantitative targets about the circular economy, you said. So that means that it would be possible, as you said, that other targets, as for example climate change, take over and become, let's say, class A targets in comparison to the circular economy related targets, which would be then class B. You also said that that was in any case a step forward. So okay, and now the question, I think it's clear. I would like to know something more from you in this direction, because I think it goes back also to what we discussed together in person in Ferrara at that time. Thank you, Florian.
Thanks, Jacopo. I was trying not to smile when I said that, but you caught me. So well spotted. No, look, I mean, it's it's a difficult one because, of course, I mean, we're fully aware that, you know, circular economy, I mean, it's a very wide field, right? But if you look into, I like to think of it more as resource efficiency. So if you think about resource efficiency, obviously, you know, there are many climate-related elements already directly included in it. So, but it's mainly that channel. Only the climate-related elements of the circular economy that would be truly incentivized by the structure of the RRF. And that's, I mean, for someone who of course is a great believer of the circular economy, you know, this is of course not easy to swallow. But what I said in terms of we are making progress relates a bit back to what Jesus already mentioned yesterday, is that by the sheer fact that we have something like this target, meaning indirectly also circular economy elements, at the same time, the more explicit it cannot at least do harm to the circular economy through do no harm, is a clear step forward. Now, you can raise two questions, and I leave them as questions because I don't have an answer to them yet. But maybe smarter people in this chat will, in this virtual room, will have it. I mean, the first one is a bit related essentially to what we discussed, Jacopo, to which extent you can actually say that the circular economy improves environmental performance, because there are clearly, you know, trade-offs involved as well. Now, the methodology that we are using kind of says, on average, you know, we're fine, but of course it depends on the details. Now, the way I would try to argue that we would capture it is then through the do no harm part. So a circular economy, you know, measure that leads to, I don't know, greenhouse gas emissions, for example, would not be possible to significant greenhouse gas emissions, and then we look into the details. But to which extent, basically, there's a real understanding within, let's say, the EU and also the Commission on what it would take in terms of design for a circular economy measure to be truly supportive of the climate objective. We're not there yet. And the reason for that is because of, so there are these 6 environmental objectives, and I mentioned that from the taxonomy perspective at the moment, we have for the substantial contribution side only, in quotation mark, the climate change mitigation adaptation part covered, but not the circular economy yet. So this is currently being worked on. So we would expect this to move forward, and if that would have been already there by the time where we are now, maybe, you know, this element of the circular economy could have been stronger. But I think, you know, the question mark to which extent there is a good understanding yet on the circular economy within the Commission, I think I would just put it as a question. And maybe well, the second element probably relates to the fact that I see a bit a positive angle to it, because even though theoretically there could be plans without any circular economy measure included in it, this is not what we see in practice. I cannot go into details, but I can tell you that overall we see a lot of circular economy measures in the plans, and that's encouraging. So while, you know, there might be misunderstandings, and while that might not be fully graspable, and it might not, you know, force member states to bring forward circular economy measures, in practice they do. And that is, I think, a positive development also, of course, due to this research community, including here in the call, of course, that this is a topic that is no longer, you know, just at the, you know, somewhere hidden. This has become a much greater relevance. So in a way, this is what puts me in a positive angle, even though you raised the question rightly that, you know, a lot of the actual details are not clear, and the methodologies we are using for the contribution, or including for the circular economy part, is, you know, would need to be revisited. So I'll stop there, but happy to hear your reflections as well.
Thank you very much, Florian.
Okay,
well,
I see that. Sorry, Jacopo. Sorry, you were
no,
finishing.
it's okay. It's okay, Alessio, go ahead.
Okay. Because I have another. Stefano Turrini raised his hand again, and so please.
If I can, of course. I wanna.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Was like just a curiosity, like what do you think are like the possible, the probably mistake that the country will like do it in presenting, but also implementing the plan like from here until 2026?
That's a good question. I mean, at the moment, so I have to take a step back maybe on what I'm doing at the moment, because at the moment it's really about, you know, the plans themselves, and their some are very much moving in the right direction there, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So at the moment, if you would ask me just at the moment, what I see mainly is, of course, that there's a lot of work to be done to actually draft them in the level of detail, including, you know, these analysis on do no harm and so on. That's clearly, I mean, you know, everything is moving very fast. I mean, you have to see from July the decision, and, you know, based on a French-German proposal, to, you know, now, I mean, this is moving very, very quickly. So that's maybe, you know, the first part. The second part is, I think, drafting a good plan that is compliant with the regulation and so on, will be possible. I mean, that's it's just a matter of time, and whether member states can do that, including, of course, from the on the Commission side. I mean, this is a huge exercise, as you can imagine. But I think that's possible. I think what it really come down to in the end, and that's my guess, is on implementation. And it's related to a bit what I mentioned beforehand on absorption, because a lot of the, I mean, the money, the RF, of course, has a redistributional element, based, of course, on, you know, 70% is based on previous unemployment rates and so on, but 30% element is also on the hit of the crisis actually in the country. So you have, of course, Italy, Spain, the kind of the largest recipients of the fund, and there it's a considerable amount of money. It's not everything, of course not. I mean, the national measures are also very important, but it's a considerable amount. So to actually absorb it, not in terms of writing it down or the ideas, that's not, I don't see that as an issue. What I see as an issue is then to actually implement it on the ground. And you mentioned that sometimes procedures might not work out or take too long, or things get delayed. I mean, these are to some extent also large infrastructure projects, yeah, and I mean, they take time. There's uncertainty. I mentioned environmental impact assessments. You have to do them. You have to then actually implement kind of the recommendations that come out of them. So there are lots of uncertainties between now and 2026. And actually, this is, Alessio, now I remember one of your questions as well, to which extent there's flexibility on the way. And so, I mean, there are basically two possibilities. So the first one is that these milestones and targets that are binding then in the end, this is done through a council implementing a decision. Yeah, that means that if there are changes, then all member states have to agree to those changes with a qualified majority voting. So it's not a consensus, but still, so, you know, changes there are not very easy. Now, there is a possibility in the regulation to also change the plans over time. There are exceptional circumstances, and they are to some extent yet to be defined. But so it's not a simple, you know, change. We don't want to do this anymore. But there are possibilities to change. But yeah, let's say it's limited to some extent. And so what it will come down to is basically kind of ex ante. Almost, you know, a guess in which direction we will be going in the next, you know, five years, and that's very challenging, both for member states, obviously, but also for us as the Commission. And so the implementation of these agreed milestones and targets set out now, I think that will be most likely a lot of debate, including in the public. I mean, you see it now a bit. The interest in the RF is growing. I mean, I follow a bit the Italian debate as well. I mean, it's a challenging time. It's an interesting time, but I don't think it will be. I think the real issue will come down to implementation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's been a great plenary session, and also I see there is also another raised hand by Andrea. So I will take this last question.
Yeah, but it's not a question, it's a coffee break, so I just
Okay.
to Florian, because I have the impression I've seen him before, but I don't remember well. It's a long time you work at the Commission, or you were working at OECD before, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I was in Ferrara last year. Maybe it was there when we met. But so I mean, I joined the task force now in September last year. And before that, I was in the Joint Research Center of the Commission for about 1.5 years, and before that, I was at the OECD. So I basically kind of started my career at the OECD and then moved to the Commission. I was in the Commission beforehand. It's like the in-house think tank under President Juncker at the time, but. So so after my PhD, I essentially went to the OECD.
Did you, when you were at the JRC, Joint Research Center, did you made any report that maybe I've read probably, because your name is quite known?
Well, thanks. I mean, it could be but I mean, there I worked on other topics. I mean, I worked on environmental innovations quite a bit. That's typically what my research background is in as well. But at that time, I also worked on firm growth, basically. So how and why firms grow, and to which extent they then, supported by, for example, funds for environmental innovations, like whether they then actually grow as well or not. Yeah. I also worked on China. I don't know if that's an area that you look into as well, but I mean, it's a bit when you move out of the academic world, your portfolio becomes so wide and
well, Chinese experience usually is very important.
Yeah, but the trade-off is then with the level of detail, right? I mean, that's clear, and that's why I enjoy the academic world quite a bit, because you do, and you have the possibility to go into depth, and a lot of these high-level things that I mentioned now, they look good, sound good, but when you actually go into the details, things become much more difficult.
Yes.
So having, in a way, that's why I try to also continue having a link to the academic world, because I think the kind of thinking and the kind of depth and the kind of rigor would be much more important in policy making than it currently is. Not always, but it can be. And I see a bit the more. Also now the role that I'm having is slightly more political compared to in the Joint Research Center. It becomes also, I mean, there is to some extent quite a gap between the policy making and the academic evidence that is being generated. And I always see that as a pity, because there's a lot of stuff that is out there that takes several years to actually get into the policy making process. And you sometimes wonder, like, guys, there are papers, there's a whole literature on something that already there since 5-10 years, and now it's being looked into. I mean, I gave you this one example of this benchmarking and the do no harm assessment. I mean, the kind of logic that in policy circles so far has always been, well, it's an improvement, right? If we have more efficient diesel cars, right? It's an improvement. It's good for the environment, right? And I mean, it's very obvious that it's not. But that kind of thinking takes a long time to change, and to change from an institutional perspective. And that's why personally I'm very proud actually to have contributed to helping getting out that kind of thinking. But this is just a one minor example where you see that there's
you had a long experience at the OECD with the sustainable development indicators.
Yeah. Yes. Well, long, not. I'm still. I would argue at the beginning of my career, but yes. I mean, I worked on the environmental. Yes. I'll stop. I'll stop soon. No, I worked on the environmental indicator, so the whole data aspect, actually, more of the SDGs. So the system of environmental economic accounting and so on. So how to design data to support the SDGs monitoring. That's in essence what I did.
Yeah, that's an interesting experience, because usually sustainable development indicators they need a systematic approach with different perspectives, and they oblige the person to think in many different ways, and which are usually outside the usual boundaries of disciplines, professional disciplines and skills. So it's a really enriching experience, I think.
I fully agree.
Anyway.
Thanks very much. If you allow me just to say thank you very much also, again to Alessio, Jacopo, and for the session. I really enjoyed it. I hope we can continue this in one form or another in the future. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Florian.
Thank you, Florian.
The organizers. Thanks, Jacopo.
So I thank you, everybody, actually. So thank you, Andrea, for, let's say, driving us to the coffee break. That was actually the coffee break. Now I think it is 11:04. Then I would suggest, I am already seeing Ilaria on the screen. So Ilaria, are you ready?
Yes, of course.
So we have reached, let's say, a pleasant informal level for this workshop now. So if the first presenter of the next session is ready, I would say we could start this session. This is the last session of our workshop. And then let me say just one word about this session. I actually thought about this session, and I just wanted it as the last one, because it is a sort of okay. I want to say what I wanted actually better. It is a sort of a closing session, in the sense that it is the session in which papers are, in my view at least, more focused on the let's say circular economy, sustainability related issue. So there are many ways to talk about this issue, of course. We have now 3 papers. Ilaria's paper is about actually the circular economy in cities and its relationship to sustainability, according to Elinor Ostrom's concept. Then we will move to Alexandros Stefanakis, who is also looking at some aspects regarding circular economy and sustainability, or let's say issues regarding how the circular economy may allow us to achieve sustainability. And last but not least, of course, Andrea Mollocchi, who looks again at the issue about circular economy and sustainability by investigating the subsidy system, the environmental subsidies system in Italy. So thank you very much to everybody. Now it's 11:06. Ilaria, I would say the floor. Yes, I am the chair of this session, by the way. And since I am the chair, I will say that you have, let's say, 22 minutes for your presentation. You have already presented, Ilaria, you all know that. And then there will be Q&A.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
I'm here I'm here just to say that I have my internet connection quite unstable, so I'm here to say good morning to everybody, and then I will switch off during my presentation the camera so that we keep the connection stable. And as yesterday, if something happens, please call me on the phone, because I won't be able of discovering it during the session.
Okay.
So thank you. Now I'm going to present. Let's see if it works.
So there is always a little suspense in this moment.
Okay.
Will it work or not? Okay. You are on the last slide.
Yes, I know. I was proving
Too
it.
quick, I would say.
Okay, and I'm ready. And just a moment, I forgot to switch off my camera. Yes. Okay. So, as you can see, the title of my presentation is Circular Cities and the Management of the Commons, Analogies and Differences between Circular Economy Theory and Elinor Ostrom's Studies. So, I have to say that my main question usually has always been how we manage to develop ecological thinking and to absorb sustainable culture, since we all know this is already an urgency. But today, more specifically, I am going to talk not about individuals, but about groups and collective action, touching the topic of governing the commons. Let's start with some definition to create a common basis of knowledge. So, what are the commons and why is it important to talk about them when it comes to sustainability? Well, classifying the commons in general can be confusing, and it has been so for me because it's not a very easy topic. Before Elinor Ostrom's contributions to this, the goods were usually divided in private and public goods. Private good is one that can be bought and sold. So one person's possession of the good usually excludes another person from owning and using it. Then we have the public goods that can be used by more than one person. And a typical example is the one of the street light. If one person uses a street light, it doesn't preclude the others to benefit from it. Then we have the third type, which came in 1965 with James Buchanan. And he defined club or toll goods as similar to public goods, but provided by a small-scale community, not by the state, such as, for example, a municipal swimming pool. And then finally, we have the common pool resources, or goods, which are defined by Elinor Ostrom. And I will read the definition to avoid misunderstandings. As you can see, common pool resources are natural or human-made resources where one person's use subtracts from another's use, and where it is often necessary but difficult and costly to exclude other users outside the group from using the resource. So this is the main definition, and I want to go to the end of this definition when you can read. There is a growing corpus of work on new or non-traditional commons, which focuses on urban commons, so apartment buildings, parking spaces, playgrounds, etc. And of course, this was very important for my reflection about circular cities, that we can, I will focus about it later. Now let's go on with the commons. So first of all, in this definition, the importance of the principle of subtractability emerges to understand whether good is public, private, club, or common pool. So subtractability refers to, let's say, how much one person's use of a resource reduces the amount available to the others. And so common pool resources are those kind of resources that are bigger than, for example, I don't know, a family backyard pool where it is difficult to keep people out, because keeping them out is costly. And now the typical example is the one of the lake. Imagine a lake where you can where you can freely fish. If somebody overuses it, the fishes wouldn't be enough for feeding all the community, and not less important, biodiversity of the lake and the surrounding would be dangerously harmed. So this is the reason why it is important to reflect on the management of the common goods to support a transition towards sustainability. So are common goods sustainable, and how could the overuse of resources can be hindered? And for example, people, groups or communities are able to self-managing the access to a free resource without a law that regulates their fluxes? Are they able, for example, to create their own rules to manage it? So there are these three theories that have tried to demonstrate the unsustainability of commons. And these theories are the theory of the tragedy of commons by Hardin in 1968, as you can see from the slide. The second is the prisoner's dilemma, and the third is the logic of collective action. And Elinor Ostrom studied these three theories, these three models, and she, of course, developed her theory about governing the commons. And first of all, it is important to say that I have no time to talk about each of them, and maybe neither enough knowledge to do it. But the most important thing to know is that these theories believed that the commons were unsustainable because of the free rider effect. So because of the individualism of people that hinders the effective collective action. So the conclusion is that the commons would fail and would need to be turned into state or private property with coercion. But Elinor Ostrom devoted all her life, I think, to demonstrate that these things don't always, that these theories are not always real, and the thing that should not go that way always. In fact, she won, and I am really proud to say that, a Nobel Prize in Economics in 2009, and she was the first woman to be awarded in this sector. So she studied many case studies of long-term sustainable common pool property systems, and it is important to say that there is a distinction between a common pool resource, which is subtractable but difficult to exclude people from using it, as I said before, and a common pool property system, because we could have different kinds of common pool resources, but we could also have different forms of ownership of them. So the lake of before, for example, can be owned by an individual, by a community, by a state, or may also be unowned. And Harding was focusing and describing unowned and so unregulated commons. And that is why Elinor Ostrom argued that in reality, most commons are carefully managed. In fact, there is a book by Derek Wall that is called, I think, The Sustainability of Elinor Ostrom Theory. And he states that Elinor Ostrom noted that the common pool resources are generally bounded or enclosed in some way, so that those outside the community cannot abuse them. The members of the community who are allowed to exploit the resources can do so only within the rules that are used to ration the resource, so it is not degraded. So this is very important to understand the role of commons in sustainability. So what do we get from there? There is a structure of regulation and rules, even when it is not officialized, that manages the exploiting and usage of a common good. So Elinor Ostrom has identified 8 design principles that have the possibility to create successful, robust commons, where robust means adaptable to the local situation, and that could maintain this desired characteristics over the long term, despite disruption. You know, these principles are not a set of rules, but described as structural features often found in successful commons and absent in failing commons case studies. So I think that this is the most important thing of the work from Elinor Ostrom, the fact that she is not providing rules, but she found some regularities in case studies that in which commons were not failing. So we can read that there are 8, and I would say them very rapidly. So clearly defined boundaries, effective exclusion of external unentitled parties, some rules regarding appropriation and provision of common resources that are adapted to local conditions, and this may make us think about the fairness with which things are done. Then we have collective choice arrangements allow most resource appropriators to participate in the decision-making process, which is another thing, in my opinion, very important. Effective monitoring by monitors who are part of accountable to appropriators. So there is also the existence of a scale, graduated sanctions for resource appropriators who violate community rules. In this case, I suggest you to hear the Nobel Prize discourse of Elinor Ostrom, because she explains this in a very funny way. Anyway, we have also easy and low-cost access to conflict resolution mechanisms, self-determination of the community recognized by higher-level authorities, and last but not least, that the organization must have, maybe if it is too complex, must have multiple layers of nested enterprises with small local corporate, common pool resources at the base level. So the first time I read this principle, I thought they were so clear and simple, and that they were a perfect starting point for rebuilding a new society. Then by coincidence, you know, I participated to a seminar had by Professor Franz, that she should be here now listening, I hope, concerning circular and smart cities. And of course, a link suddenly came to my mind. If circular and smart cities have the objective of being the goal of being sustainable, do they respect those sustainability Elinor Ostrom's principles? And of course, I tried to find the answer in the practical side of smart cities, which is not that practical, because we are still talking only about strategies until now. Now, I want to underline that this is a preliminary work, and it is an attempt, as this workshop suggests, to understand whether humanity is going to make circular economy work for sustainability. So I tried to analyze some circular strategies to understand the role of collective action, most of all, in the creation of these new organisms or systems such as circular cities, since there are many scholars that state that the active participation of citizens, coordinating a top-down and bottom-up approach, as we said yesterday also, is fundamental to realize an efficient system. So the urban transition to the circularity seems something crucial when it comes to the practical step forward towards sustainability, since it confirms the existence of a wider and shared awareness and effort to reach such ambitious goal, which is applying the principle of circular economy in urban systems. So I made the analysis of these strategies, and as stated by Franz in his work, Circular City and the Building Sector, our working paper, northern nations like Netherlands are on the front line of this process. So we can see Amsterdam's circular strategy, then circular cities by Holland, circular hotspots. Then we have circular economy in cities by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is coming from Denmark, but of course now it is international. And the model city Bottrop, a blueprint for future-proof city in Germany. I will just summarize some considerations because I also have no so much time concerning the Netherlands case, because it is quite interesting, and maybe I'm gonna go to Netherlands in September, so I will see it with my eyes. There is a very strong participation of the civil networks, of associations, of foundations, and university also, to be active part of the urban transition. In fact, the document Circular Cities by Holland Circular Hotspots is a project that wants to support the government to the transition agendas in these 8 macro areas that you may read here. So we have buildings and infrastructures, food, energy, water, consumer goods, plastic, and industrial parks. Relying on a primary analysis, the strategies are strongly oriented to activate citizens' participation, most of all, for example, on waste such as recycling or reusing plastic and other materials, and food, trying to activate some virtuous circles of product and goods exchange, recovery, and reuse. So in my opinion, from the Elinor Ostrom's point of view, the biggest challenge of the sustainability of a city is the dimension. So it is not easy to respect those principles that we said before in such a complex system. But I think that there are ways to solve and treat this complexity. And also, she said that maybe where there are too complex systems, you may always use a layer strategy. Anyway,
minutes, Ilaria?
Yes, no, I have finished, of course. Anyway, the importance of collective action is not only strongly stressed by the circular city strategies, but as the Netherlands case shows, it is fundamental to make it work. As I said, I am still at the beginning of this analysis, so I will keep you updated. And of course, this is the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Ilaria, thank you very much for your presentation. As a chair, I think I will leave the floor to the audience for questions. We have more or less 5 to 10 minutes taken flexibly.
Yes, I'm ready. And maybe there is one question by Ilenia.
I was actually looking at the chat, but I cannot see it. Did Ilenia raise a hand?
Hello, can you see me?
Just now, yes. Thank you.
Listen on the webcam because of connection problems, but can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So first of all, hi. You have talked about waste management and the activation of citizens' participation in the decisional processes, which made me think about the fact that last year I have written an essay on the social acceptance of renewables in the micro context of the Danish island of Samsø. And from the preliminary steps of my analysis, it was clear that a sustainable culture, like you called it, was achievable because of the cooperation between local stakeholders and the citizenship. So local spokespeople have claimed that taking part in this project was the natural consequence of an innate, strong sense of belonging and peculiar sense of identity of the inhabitants of the island. So of course, these inhabitants belong to the lay public. And my consideration is that the inclusive representations of all cross-sections of society was mediated through an effective communicative approach. So while listening to your presentation, I was wondering, how does it, as in communication, fit in the Circular Cities project by Holland Circular Hotspot?
Thank you very much for this question, because I, of course, as you may know, I think that communication is fundamental in these cases, and in every case when we talk about the steps forward in societies, since we are social learning beings, we need to know about the steps forward. And in the specific case of the Holland, I have seen, of course, as I told you, I am at the beginning of this analysis, but I have seen that they are trying to foster communication. And in fact, they want to provide a platform where people can talk about, or can provide a storytelling about successful circular practices. Like, for example, I have it here. There is Rotterdam Circulaire, for example, and the Knowledge Hub, which are some platforms in which you may try to, first of all, tell the story of a successful circular economy practice. And you can also create networks. So the most important thing, in my opinion, is the fact that it is stressed that there must be a network among those cities that try to implement those practices. And of course, this is not only this is not the only one case where communication is useful. Of course, also here, and it was said also like the day before yesterday or yesterday during a presentation, we must know which are the steps forward that society is making about that. If we didn't know about, for example, Netherlands, and if we didn't know about, for example, Amsterdam Circular Strategy, how can we know that there are successful proofs of circular economy or strategies like that? And in this, the technology, I think that plays a very important role. Think about in 1950, when we didn't have internet, or we couldn't have these online seminars, it was not possible to know so much about the successful strategies. Did I answer? Maybe I can share with you the document so you can see it with your own eyes.
Yes, please do. But after all, we're going to talk about it in the next few days, since we are colleagues of the same PhD course. So thank you very much. And I'll leave the floor to the other speakers.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ilenia. Any further question from the floor?
Yeah, I have one, if I can.
Okay, Alessandro, go ahead, please.
Good morning to everyone. Hi, Ilaria. Yeah, I'm pretty new to this kind of cultural circular economy discussion, but I'm really interested in the relation between different social classes and this kind of concept of circular city. What, in your opinion, what do you think are the boundaries of this transition in a city, for example, in the Holland case? I want to know if, for example, because there are a lot of studies that highlight the city center attract more progressive people, or people that have more income in general. Mm-hmm. So I want to know, what are the boundaries of this context? In that special case, I think.
First of all, I think that you raised a very important question, because I always think, like, for example, there is the I don't remember the name anyway, the study about the Rome map that you made me think, because we could see the city center with full of rich people and the peripheric areas in which there are poorest people. And I think that this is a very big problem that in each city is now happens now. And in the case of Holland, I still don't know, because as I told you, I have to go there and to watch with my own eyes.
Yeah,
When you read documents and brochures, it is easy to say that they are doing something to get this better. But I think that this is extremely important when it comes to governing the commons, because if you are trying to activate all kinds of people, and we're not talking only about people with a high income, we are talking about all kinds, so in an inclusive way. So for example, it's not only about income, but it's also about the disability or other kinds of people that usually cannot how can I say participate to those kind of efforts. I think that in the case of circular cities, I really still don't know, but of course I am trying to see whether those kind of people are included in this transition, because it's always very easy to talk about transition when there is money behind, but not when there is a social impact that I think that circular economy must consider it, and is trying to consider it, at least theoretically. But I would like to see if it is done also practically. So maybe it's not complete answer now, but I will of course work on it, and I will tell you about the results.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have just 4 left minutes because we started 11:08. So I don't know whether there are other questions from the floor. Oh, yes, okay, nice to see you, Professor Roberto Zoboli. Good morning, I saw you raised your hand.
Yeah. Well, this is just to make a very quick comment. Because I think that to exploit the ideas of Elinor Ostrom and the theory of the commons for the cities is a very good idea. As you know, we have a very confused picture about the same definition of what is a sustainable cities. We don't have a very specific framework of indicators or metrics for defining a sustainable city. We have a number of voices and trends, also in connection to the smart city discourse. As you know, the smart city is often intended as a something with a high level technological devices and smart in a technological meaning. Now we have the trends towards climate cities, climate neutral cities, and instead we have the social side and the governance side as another element, which is not the first one or the priority one in defining sustainable cities. So I think that to pick up this idea is extremely interesting in seeing the cities as a community, and to explore the applicability of the Elinor Ostrom concepts and framework. By the way, I suggest at the level of research that within the Horizon Europe, the program of research of the European Union, there has been a mission board named Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, which is now producing documents and proposals for having 100 climate neutral and smart cities in Europe, with trying to pick up good examples or pushing for cities in which all the aspects, technology, environment, and social aspects are fully integrated. So I suggest to take a look to this trajectory of the European research toward this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is very precious to me. Thank you.
Okay.
And there is also another question, I guess.
Yes, indeed. Is it that
Yes.
you, Alexandros?
Yeah, it's not a question, rather than a short comment. But I don't know, Ilaria, maybe if you know about it. There is a cost action about circular cities. That's the name. That maybe would be worth if you have a look at it. We're trying there to exactly establish what is a circular city, how can we define it, and we focus on the use of nature-based solutions in the urban environment for materials, for urban water management, etc. So maybe this will complement somehow your work, and maybe you can get some more information there, just to let you know if you are not already aware about it.
Thank you very much. I read something about that, but I didn't include in the presentation today because I am not aware too much. I don't know too much about that. Anyway, just to conclude, I would like to say that the phrase from the concept from Professor Zoboli was the my thought, my principle, my first thought, because I thought that in smart cities and circular cities, we all are trying to see that technology gives us too much opportunities of making things work, but from the human side, it is not, I think, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but I think that the human side is not considered enough in the structure of a smart cities and a circular city, and the governance and the government in general is fundamental. The principle of government is fundamental to take all the mistakes made until now and all the successes made until now and make them work for new theories and for new with new technology. That was my concluding remark.
Okay, great. Nice that you, Alexandros, raised your question now, so we can smoothly move to your presentation. The floor is yours now, so you have, 20, 22 minutes. I think you are now trying to share your screen. Let's hope it works. Otherwise, we have, of course, other backup solutions for the case.
So can you see my screen?
We are starting to. Yes, we can. Maybe we can try the best. Say that. Okay.
Better?
Perfect. You can start.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will contribute also to this discussion on circular economy and sustainability, and what is a correlation between the two terms, and how we see it, and just a short study also that we just recently completed. So I'm sure you all know about this. The ultimate goal, and eventually what we are all discussing about, is to reach a truly sustainable society. That's our goal. So the question here that we're trying to solve is, how can our societies manage their resources in a sustainable way? And in this frame is that circular economy comes and brings a relatively new approach of how modern societies can accelerate this transition to sustainability, exactly by using the concept of circular economy. And briefly, you know all this, what it's all about, how we use the materials in a more efficient way, and also optimize the material flows, and use the engineering advances to preserve the natural resources. And of course, all this, how this translates to new opportunities in different sectors, in different fields for further innovations, as you can see in all these examples here. So if we see circular economy on the one hand and sustainability on the other. You will find many articles where, on the one hand, some will say that these are practically identical terms. Some other articles will say that these are different terms, so there are similarities, there are diversities between the two. I don't think it's yet so clear, and this is exactly the field that maybe we need to focus a little bit more and discuss also more. So many academic fields or even journals, mostly they will study and focus and describe one aspect of circular economy and sustainability. So engineering from the economic, environmental, or social sector. From that perspective, the main question is how we can bring together circular economy and sustainability in our efforts, which are aimed to address the environmental, social, economic problems in the global dimension. So as we see it, we start with the classification of circular economy and sustainability in three distinct and separate levels that I believe you have seen or you are aware of it. It is the micro, the meso, and the macro level. So with micro, we refer to the firm level, so where the classical principles of circular economy can or have been integrated. The meso level refers to the collaboration between firms. For example, the exchange of waste materials, the output of one firm will be the input for another firm, for another process, or eventually to reach the cradle-to-cradle status. And the last would be the macro, so to see the bigger picture and introduce the principle of circular economy at the country level, the regulatory level. And one issue that we have noticed also is the very rapid growth of related articles in the scientific literature over the last years that come from different scientific fields. And by different fields, I mean both engineering, from wider engineering field, and the economy and management fields. So what we have seen is that there is a significant fragmentation of the relevant literature on circular economy and sustainability from different approaches of all these different and multiple scientific fields at the three levels that I just showed. So we believe that we've seen that there are critical here gaps, both from theory and from the practice, for the scholars, for the decision makers, in order to design these methods that will effectively address all these problems that we need to deal with at the global level. So we see at first the circular economy as the interface between the economy, the policy, the engineering, and their implementation in practice in the production level from a different angle. And this comes from the realization that a purely environmental or technical approach to these problems is not anymore sufficient enough to deal with this problem. So we would like to see circular economy as the vehicle to achieve the concept of sustainability, to reach the 7 Sustainable Development Goals. So we believe that these two terms should go hand in hand, and thanks to exactly social equity, economic growth, and environmental protection. Hence, the concept of circular economy and sustainability, of course, should be built on these three main pillars. One would be the environmental or ecological engineering, the business, the management, generally the economy sector, and the third pillar would be the society, the societal pillar. And the challenge here is exactly to investigate the connections, the interrelations, the interactions, what synergies can be developed between these three pillars, and then translate them to real implementation in the real world. So the open questions, to say it simply, is about the vision and the implementation of the circular economy, along with the necessary sustainable engineering solutions to deal with all the global problems. Then is how we can measure circular economy in the business, in the economy, and in technological innovation. How can we depict this, the progress there, and the innovation and the level of circularity? And of course, in the economy and management area, which, as I just told you, is the second pillar of circular economy, there is little work carried out so far. And this is exactly, these are the questions, because the increasing complexity of the problems of sustainability, so practically the complexity of the problems that we need to solve, means that one-dimension solution is not anymore sufficient. We need to go beyond the traditional engineering process, business models, and the social field, combine all this in order to make real progress in the field of circular economy and sustainability. So we did a study, a bibliometric literature review on the existing literature on circular economy and sustainability, exactly because we wanted to highlight and describe what are the opportunities here, and more important, what are the chances and the challenges for future research, where we should focus. So this is just to show you the methodology. We focused to identify the necessary literature, the criteria that we set about the database, and eventually which studies we would accept. Here is a list of the some of the keywords that we utilized in the databases to search about relevant studies. As you can see, we followed this classification, the three levels: the micro, the meso, and the macro level. We just completed this study, and we covered the last decade, more or less, so starting from 2011, because this is when we show that the number of studies, published studies, also starts to getting really, really high. And the criteria that we consider had to do with the content of the study, the title, of course, the year of the publication, the academic field of the journal where the study was published, the impact factor of the journal, the number of citation of the studies, and of course the ranking of the journal itself. So in total, we identified approximately 10,000 papers by searching only with the keyword of circular economy. And all of these are related, all the studies come from both the natural science or the engineering-based science and the economic management-based science. So in the micro level, after we filtered the selected articles, we found, as you can see in this graph, more than 900 articles that could be classified in the first level, in the micro level. And as you can see, there is a really fast growth identified for articles that focus mostly on circular business models, on the circularity of products and the corporate practices, on the reuse, the recycle, and the reduce, this way of thinking. So based on the two key factors that we find in the market, one would be the supply and one would be the demand side. Part of the literature analyzes the behavior of the consumers when it comes to circular economy and sustainability issues. Another part focuses again on the consumer's behavior, but related to the products of circular economy. Another part will discuss the willingness to pay of consumers for products that have been produced based on the circular economy and sustainability principles. While there are many studies also emphasizing on circular economy labels, eco-labeling, on sharing economy and the product service systems. If we move to the meso level, so where which implies that we will have a cooperation among firms, as I said, to exchange waste materials, for example, and here falls the concept of industrial ecology, industrial symbiosis, industrial metabolism in the eco cluster. So here we found more than 13,000 articles that deal with industrial ecology in particular, and the final selection was based on the aim to examine industrial ecology, but in relation to circular economy. And the graph is the result, shows the results. As you can see here, again, a very fast increase on the articles that discuss the connection relationship between circular economy and industrial symbiosis. So there are many articles that exactly discuss this. And just to remind you, when we say industrial ecology, we refer to this ecosystem function where each agent, each factor, and the residuals from this process are very useful for another process, for another ecosystem. And we found also that the relationship between the industrial symbiosis and the circular economy is particularly discussed exactly to create an industrial symbiosis cluster. Also, another topic is the nexus between circular economy and industrial ecology from the perspective of the social acceptance of the industrial parks, and of course, the relationship of the industrial ecology with the 70 Sustainable Development Goals. And last, if we move to the macro level, so studies that focus on the regional level, on the city level, and the national policy. Here we found more than 3,000 articles. And again, as you can see here, there is a rapid increase in the literature, or particularly over the last 5 years, so since 2016. And at this level, there are many articles that discuss the circular economy practices, but at the country level, and focus on policies and regulatory frameworks to promote these practices. There is a significant point in the literature exactly on the policy tool that can be adapted, can be promoted exactly to further promote circular economy. And in particular, an example which we found quite often has to do with the influence of the command and control, so the legislation, and market-based instruments, so the economic factor, to encourage the circular economy practices in China. There is a lot of publications on this topic. And also, there is a conceptual model, more than one model actually, suggested to introduce circular economy criteria in the public procurement process to facilitate the shift of the firms from the linear to the circular economy behavior. And if we see all the literature based on the triple level context, we see that 67% of the related literature focus on the engineering, the natural sciences more, and only 33% relates to the management and the economic based aspects, which is again something I think quite important and revealing also to know. So based on all of this research we did, we also identified what could be the future trends in this field regarding circular economy and sustainability. So the research area is the stronger connections that appears to be is the circular economy with sustainable development goals. And here we identified that there is a need for better connection, circular economy with what we call strong sustainability. And this is something that should be transferred to these 3 levels of circular economy analysis. And here we include further research that could focus on topics such as the corporate strong sustainability in the circular economy, circular business model and so strong sustainability, the corporate social responsibility, circular economy and strong sustainability, the clean technologies, and the consumers' behavior. And further, the most important, I think, topic that we found is that there is a need to further develop the interdisciplinary approach. If we see the term circular economy, circular refers to the engineering, the natural-based scientific fields mostly, and the economy covers the management, the economics, and the social scientific field. So the term itself implies an interdisciplinary approach. So to connect these academic fields, these different fields, first, of course, we need to address the problem. It means that we understand that we need to address the problems through circular economy, and in order to identify solutions, feasible solutions for for environmental protection, economic feasibility, viability, and social cohesion. And as I think was mentioned just in the previous presentation, we also found that there is a low concern of social issues on this topic. We see circular economy as a suitable tool to promote the social and the human rights by preserving natural resources in the ecosystems for the future generations, and also creating new jobs, which means that more research should be carried out in this exactly field to examine the social dimension of circular economy. And further, the interrelations of the three levels. This is also something that needs to be further studied to provide the tools we need for an integrated project of circular economy and sustainability, especially if we are to translate this in practice. So the micro and meso level collaboration is needed, is necessary to meet the goals of circular economy. For example, the collaboration between firms and their suppliers, their supply chain. So more studies are also necessary here to clarify exactly the way that the three different levels can develop a relationship and can be considered when we are developing a new solution. And to sum up, by following the triple level context of the micro, meso, and macro level analysis, the findings and the areas for future research that we found is that we have this rapidly growing literature on circular economy and sustainability over the last 10 years. More emphasis is given on the macro level, such as the existing policies and frameworks and projects to implement circular economy principles, both at regional and national level. There is only a small number of articles that discuss and attempt this connection between circular economy and sustainability. And two main trends to define circular economy come from one from the engineering, the natural-based science, and the other one from the management, the economic-based sciences. And the majority of the articles relates to the first field. So we have identified some fruitful research areas, and the suggested research agenda should focus on data relations between the three levels of the analysis, the connection between circular economy and the social dimension, and the need for strengthening the nexus between the different fields, engineering, economy, and management, exactly referring back to the interdisciplinary approach. And allow me also to mention that this is exactly the approach we had, and we wish, and this is the areas that we wish to investigate with a new journal we started with Springer practically this year, called Circular Economy and Sustainability. And with this, I conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
So I thank you very much, Alexandros, for your presentation, for your interesting and comprehensive presentation. And at the same time, I thank you for mentioning the new journal by Springer, which actually bears the same title, which lies behind the title of this workshop.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So perfect matching, I would say. So now we are perfectly on time. I mean, late on time. So we have more or less, let's say, 8 to 10 minutes for discussion, for questions from you, from the floor. Perhaps
or just discussion or any comments. I know it's a field that we could discuss for hours.
Indeed. So I think Andrea Molocchi raised his hand.
Yes, thank you. Many compliments, Alexandros. A really interesting overview on circular economy literature. I was impressed by the fact that you mentioned that there is little literature on the social issues of circular economy, and particularly in the relation between circular economy and sustainable development. because I believe you showed that in the last 5 years that there been the boom of the circular economy literature, and this boom is related to the inclusion of the circular economy concept within the sustainable development policies. And sustainable development policies are social in a sense. It's the first global attempt to unify social, economic, and environmental vision under an umbrella concept. So, how do you comment this particular result? I didn't expect.
Yes, we didn't find studies or many studies that will make a direct connection or will give some measured results on exactly the impact or the relation between circular economy and the social aspects. There is a stronger discussion already related in connection to sustainability, but maybe, as you mentioned, the social aspect comes in this way indirectly in the equation. But there is still a lack of measured results or measured impact or a clear description of the benefits, for example, of implementing circular economy on the societal level. And that was also a little bit surprising for us. But this is also something that tells us where maybe we should a little bit strengthen our research and our focus. And I have seen this also on a personal view in practice. So in my work, so I'm an environmental engineer, but I realized all of these years by doing environmental projects that we don't really consider the social aspects until maybe it's too late. When we are having circular economy or sustainability aspects for our projects. So we don't consider the social dimension maybe until it's too late or something that, let's say, will make us look nicer at the firm level, enterprise level. So I think this is where we need to focus, and this is what this simple study implied.
Santos. Jacopo, your microphone is off.
Okay, sorry. So, did you want to say anything more? Andrea?
No, it's just I was impressed because of this result, especially compared to the presentation that have been made under these conferences. There was a particular session on the social issues. I think it was really centered and interesting the behavior of citizens in front of circular economy practices. So I think there is a lot to say and to research on the social issues and economic issues on circular economy. So that's why I was impressed. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually agree in full with you, but I think that there are now two different aspects to consider. I mean, there was a social sessions, let's call it this way, in this workshop, but that was more relating, in my view, to the mood that people have vis-a-vis the circular economy. Now, I think the issue is more about whether the circular economy can have social impacts. I mean, we all know that sustainability means, in the nowadays definition, three things: economics, society, and environment. And the point is that, if I understood well, as far as I know, that the link between the circular economy and society is quite weak. Did I understand correctly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually a more, let's say, are you with me, Andrea? About my interpretation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anyway, it was, I think, the conference, the workshop, I mean, was very aware of the different dimension, and I was glad to listen to various contribution, not only from with a technical perspective, but also with a philosophical perspective, such as the Ilaria. The two contributed by Ilaria were very stimulating for developing or enlarging the thinking about circular economy. So I was very glad to participate.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. So I don't want to speak longer because maybe there are other questions from the floor. Okay. So if there are no questions from the floor, I would say, okay, we will use, okay, it is now 12:08. So just to, maybe Alexandros, you wanted to say something? Or otherwise, I'll take the floor.
No, it's, we all know this is still somehow a new discussion. I mean, it's not something that is discussing for many years. And I think we still don't have, if we ask all of us, we are 20 people here, maybe to define circular economy, maybe we'll get 21 definitions. So there is still a lot of work until at least to reach the common basis from where we will move forward. And this is just a study to show what is the current picture in the literature, in the published literature.
Right. Thank you. There is actually a definition which I like particularly, and this is the definition which Jesus mentioned yesterday, which says that circularity is about keeping, or let's say, trying to keep matter and energy in the economic system as long as possible. So this is
Yes.
a quite short definition. And okay, here the discourse would be about whether we look for positive or normative definitions of the circular economy.
Or descriptive definition.
Pardon?
Or a descriptive definition.
Yeah, okay. Okay, descriptive slash, let's say, positive. Yep. Okay, but okay, the discourse would be too long, and so now I don't know whether Professor Roberto Zobri raised his hand now or not.
Yeah, but it was for a very quick general comment, because circular economy is now meant as an industrial paradigm, not a social paradigm. This is the direction taken even at the policy level, and we are too much disregarding the social side of this process. In that we are thinking that automatically we will have social benefits from the circular economy, and this is not necessarily true. And we are asking people to endorse the circular economy as a positive, beneficial paradigm for them, but it's not necessarily true. And in some cases, there may be cost for people to participate in a process like this. So this must be transparent, and we have to recover the social side and the participatory side, and an equal distribution of the benefits from the circular economy. This is a very general comment, but this is my perception of the process.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps, so this is a great stuff for discussion during the lunch break for those who will like to remain connected. Now, just for sake of time, I would give the floor to Andrea Molocchi for our last workshop presentation. So 12:11 now, so 30 minutes from now. Andrea.
Thank you, Jacopo. I would like to try to charge my presentation since as soon as possible, so we test the machine.
Yes, we all need this 30 seconds suspense. This belongs
Yes.
to the workshop.
Excuse me, but I'm trying to. Okay, let me know if you can see the presentation.
I cannot yet, but perhaps others can.
No.
Let's wait some seconds because it seems it's working for me, but I don't know if it's also for you. What about now?
No.
Yes,
Okay.
I
No,
am seeing presentation.
Now it's looking fine. We cannot see
It's
the
okay?
slide yet, but
Yes.
okay, now it is. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me for but it's technology, and since I have a quite tough presentation, it's 23 minutes. Let me first make my compliments to Circle and the organizers of this workshop, in particular Massimiliano Mazzanti, Laura Ramacciotti, Jacopo Zotti, and all the other organizers and speakers that have been engaged in this workshop. I think this workshop comes in a very strategic moment for environmental and sustainable development policy for Europe and in Italy in particular. So just to say, I've been working as a researcher at RSE, Ricerca di Sistema Energetico, for about 1 year only. RSE is the public company of the GSE group charged for the public research task on the energy system. Previously, I worked for almost 4 years in the environmental economist team that supported the Ministry of Environment on various economic issues, among which the catalog of subsidies. I say this because the topic of my presentation is relies on the Italian catalog. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about subsidies and the circular economy in a very broad perspective that is not limited to subsidies to promote circular economy. On the contrary, I will analyze also subsidies that are usually not considered, that are those subsidies that can be harmful to the circular economy. That's why the policy context of my paper starts with the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies. You know that the issue of fossil fuel subsidies have been recurring for many years in the context of international policies and climate negotiations. It has been included in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as target 12.c. So it's one of the 167 targets of the agenda. It has been adopted as a formal commitment in various G20 and G7 summit. Let me say that at a European level, things went differently. The goal of removing subsidies to fossil fuels has been included only recently, and precisely with the European Green Deal program. In Italy, a first step towards a fossil fuel subsidy reform was made with the introduction of the National Catalogue of Environmentally Harmful or environmentally friendly subsidies, and this was at the end of 2015. Then, more recently, the reform of fossil fuel subsidies has been included in the National Integrated Energy and Climate Plan of Italy that has been published at the beginning of 2020. While there is a policy evolution in the direction of a reform of environmentally harmful subsidies, but the same cannot be said for the circular economy. The main European policy documents on the circular economy show a limited vision on the role of economic instruments in facilitating the transition. For example, the last Circular Economy Action Plan that has been published a few months after the European Green Deal, it doesn't mention any commitment to phase out subsidies that are inconsistent with the circular economy. So the question of my paper is it an oversight, or is this lack of commitment due to the fact that the coherence of subsidies with circular economy is deemed not important due to a lack of research? So this is the aim of my paper. Two questions mainly. Are circular economy principles integrated into existing public subsidies aimed at achieving environmental targets? Can a subsidy favoring circular economy be in the same time harmful from an environmental point of view? My paper does not take for granted that circular economy and environmental protection are the same thing. To achieve a full coherence between the two perspectives, an improved understanding of commonalities and differences must be investigated. So the purpose of the paper is to assess the coherence with the circular economy principles of a large set of environmentally significant subsidies currently in force in Italian legislation. Given that in Italy is available an official report that is produced on a yearly basis by the Italian Ministry of Environment, the paper has adopted the catalogue of environmental subsidies as the informative basis to fulfill the analysis of the coherence with the circular economy principles. The third edition has been published in July 2020, so 7 months ago, and is updated to subsidies in force until the end of 2018. I assume that more recent subsidies adopted by the government in the last 2 years are left outside of the scope of the paper, because one of the aims of the paper is also to ensure uniformity in the comparison between the environmental assessment of subsidies that is made by the catalogue and the analysis of coherence with the circular economy that is the aim of my paper. It's not possible here to summarize all the features of the catalogue. I want just to mention one fact on the definition of subsidy. The catalogue adopts a very broad definition of subsidies that includes not only direct transfers, but also tax expenditures, such as tax allowances and tax exemptions. And it must be underlined that in a policy context where it's difficult to introduce new taxes, the reduction of tax expenditures can be as much important as introducing new environmental taxes. A second point is that the assessment method of the catalogue is fundamentally based on checking the coherence of the effect of the subsidy in relation to a set of environmental principles and targets. The catalogue doesn't quantify the overall environmental impact or benefit of each subsidy. Even if the classification is supported by scientific evidences taken from the literature, it remains a structured judgment. And the method applied in my paper follows the same method of the catalog by making the involved principles explicit. And this is done by the use of tables that for each subsidy highlight the circular economy principles that are coherent or in contradiction, all others being neutral. This approach is very similar to the do not harm approach that was mentioned in this workshop by Jesus Sabadie and by Florian Flachenecher of the European Commission. So it's a quite simple method, even if it remains a subjective method. But let's go on with the circularity analysis. We will return later on the catalog results. In order to assess the coherence of subsidies with circular economy, a comprehensive and possibly official source of circular economy principles is needed. The following documents have been considered and discussed in the paper. So there is the first European Union Action Plan of 2015, the Commission guidelines on the role of waste to energy in the circular economy, the new Action Plan for circular economy, the new European regulation on the taxonomy for sustainable finance, which is important because, among other definitions of sustainable activities, provides an official definition and list of principles for the circular economy. And then lastly, I've considered the categorization system for the circular economy that has been recently developed by CIFIG. CIFIG is an expert group, circular economy finance expert group, and this is just a proposal, this categorization system, a proposal to the Commission. In fact, by the end of the current year, the Commission must publish the delegated act on the circular economy section of the taxonomy. So for the purpose of this paper, the circular economy principles established by Article 13 of the taxonomy regulation, which is a very long article, I don't have the time to show it. This article has been adopted, integrated by the more detailed CIFIG categorization system, which is 4 pages long. And as a third reference for the specific issue of energy recovery, it has been adopted the official position stated by the European Commission guidelines on the role of waste to energy in the circular economy. So 3 main references have been applied. Let's come to the methodology, which is quite simple. The analysis of coherence with the circular economy principle led to a reclassification of the catalog subsidies according to a formally broader template, which in addition to the 3 common classes, harmful, friendly, or uncertain, provides for 2 further classes. The fourth one is the neutral subsidies for the circular economy. So these are subsidies that have no significant effects on the circular economy principles. And then subsidies not anymore in force in 2018. This class is due to the fact that during the analysis came out that 5 of the subsidies included in the 3rd edition of the catalog ended in 2017 and were not in force during 2018. So they have been excluded from the circularity assessment. This is just a technical point. So let's come to some of the main results of the analysis. On a total of 174 subsidies that have been examined, 56 are potentially harmful subsidies for the circular economy. Half of them fall within the energy class. The remaining ones are 14 VAT allowances and 12 fall in other subsidy class. Harmful subsidies for the circular economy sum up to 13.5 billion euro in 2019. And let's say that 58% of this value is concentrated in the energy sector, followed by 20% in VAT sector, 7% in transport, and only 3% in other subsidy class. But it must be said that the financial value is underestimated, and this is due to the many harmful subsidies for the circular economy that are not financially quantified, even in the catalog. And so there are some subsidies that are not quantified in the financial terms. So the financial indicator of the analysis is a little bit lacking. We speak about numbers of subsidies. I don't have much time here to spend about examples, but I would like to make just few examples of harmful subsidies in the other subsidy class. That is the class in which are grouped subsidies related to the waste management sector, so to the sector that is mostly related to circular economy. A harmful subsidy concerning the waste sector is the 80% reduction of the ordinary rate of the waste disposal tax that is applied to incineration plants without energy recovery. So, according to the Italian law, which is now 25 years old, incineration plants without energy recovery benefit of this 80% discount on the landfill disposal tax rate, and the rate is fixed by the regions. This is clearly a harmful subsidy for circular economy, since incineration of waste without energy recovery is at the bottom of the waste priority, the waste priorities of the European Union waste policies. And the tax relief penalizes the competitiveness of the recovery of waste materials. It should be noted that the law doesn't include incineration with energy recovery in the waste disposal tax. And even if this choice is not a subsidy from the technical point of view, taxing also this form of incineration would represent, in my opinion, an option for a tax reform inspired by the circular economy paradigm. There is indeed another subsidy concerning incineration plants. It is the VAT allowance for waste disposal in landfills and other waste management plants. This is a 10% rate instead of normal 22%. And this allowance undoubtedly constitutes a harmful subsidy for circular economy for the same reason that it favors forms of disposal that are at the bottom of the priority list of the waste cycle. Let's come to
one left minute.
So only 1 minute. I go on a little because I'm late in exposition. There are some detailed results of my presentation. Those that are most interested and I come directly to the conclusion. Only two slides. The first one on the limits of the analysis. The main limitation of the analysis carried out concerns the method used for evaluating subsidies. The analysis of coherence with the principles of circular economy remains a subjective approach. As far as I'm aware, a suitable model is currently not available to measure the impacts of subsidy schemes on the circularity of the economy. However, it is emphasized that this limitation is shared with the method used by the catalog, which is also based on subjective evaluation. the possibility of applying a suitable modeling to achieve a uniform measurement of the impact of subsidies is a target for future research. So the question is, can environmental impacts and impacts on circularity be measured with the same metrics? To conclude, and here I recap the main outcomes of the analysis. I'm not going to read them, but just to say that these outcomes confirm the policy relevance of the circular economy paradigm and the need to promote a reform of the current subsidies with an environmental approach that is fully integrated with the circular economy. And let me conclude by saying that the establishment of a single ministry for the ecological transition is a great opportunity for such an integration. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, Andrea. I'm sorry, perhaps I have been a bit too rough, just for the sake of time, as you know. So now we have 10 minutes, and let's say 10 minutes for discussion, for questions. So I think that I'm not sure whether Alexandros or Florian is the first in raising questions, raising hands. Alexandros, is that a old hand or a new one?
No, it's an old one.
Okay, so now we know that the one and only is Florian so far.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Thanks very much, Jacopo. Thanks very much, and Andrea. This is really interesting work. I mean, that kind of thinking, going from fossil fuel subsidies, which is of course quite a established kind of way of thinking. Of course, there's always a judgment call in the end as well, and the OECD is doing quite a lot of work on this. But to move this into understanding, whether support schemes are actually detrimental to the circular economy. I mean, in a way, it links a bit into the discussion we had earlier on do no harm. So, I mean, my question here is a bit to you. How far reaching is your idea or is your approach here? So, and I'll just give an example to make it clear. So if there is a subsidy, supporting, let's say, a broader activities, a wide range of sectors, a wide range of activities, like, would you classify it, or would this approach classify it as harm if there is a single activity under this broader subsidy scheme that does, go contrary to, I don't know, the waste hierarchy or whatever would be applicable then? So it's a twofold question. The first one is on scope, and the second one is on how tough is the methodology in identifying potentially harmful subsidies for the circular economy. Thanks very much. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this work continue, to be honest. Thanks.
Thank you, Florian, for the question. Well, with the methodology at the moment is absolutely not tough in terms of indicators. The methodology, I think, is tough in the systematic approach to trying to consider all subsidies, not only those subsidies that are directly aimed to circular economy. If we count the subsidies that a politician would say that have been taught for circular economy, I think they are 10 on the 170 that have been examined. But what is interesting is that when you enlarge the vision to all subsidies in all sectors of the economy, come out a lot of subsidies that are apparently neutral for circular economy, but indeed they contain some effects that could potentially affect circular economy. and this is the same vision that has been applied by the catalog from the environmental perspective. Some existing subsidies in the real estate sector could be very damaging from the environmental point of view, for the simple fact that they promote the consumption of new agricultural land by the enlarging of urbanization. And this I've chosen this example because this example is shared with circular economy, because land consumption is within the circular economy principles that I synthesized with the summary. So I think the methodology is robust in the sense of the wide the set of circular economy principles that have been selected. They are all policy relevant. They are not the McAllen Foundation principles, because these principles they put together also environmental principles. And now I didn't want I wanted to separate the two concepts of environmental circular economy principles. So I was looking for policy relevant circular economy principles that have been promoted by the European Union through regulations or policies. So the set of principles is systematic and could be shared. I think the method for assessing subsidy. This is a first step of research. If I have the possibility to go on, obviously I'm coming from the external cost evaluation, so I'm very interested in applying indicators, external cost indicator also to circular economy, and in order to have a common metrics in evaluating subsidies. And I think this is a matter for further research, and I know it's very engaging, and until now I haven't seen a uniform modeling under the same approach to cover all the 6 environmental objectives, including circular economy, that I think at the end of this review shouldn't. The point is that circular economy deals about economy. It's so, yes, it is an instrument to improve the environment, but the basic, the core of the concept, as it is been affirmed in the policies, is industrial. And this is maybe also the weak point. But maybe in the future we are going to, probably in the future we are going to a bio-based circular economy, as one of the Morone said in one of his intervention at the beginning of this workshop. So I think probably this is the direction, but for the moment the European policy is not a bio-based circular economy policy. I obviously I hope it will become this would be a sign of the integration between the different approach.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Perhaps you can also, yeah, I saw you, Roberto. I was wondering whether, Andrea, you could stop your presentation. Perhaps it is more comfortable to see each other. Thank you very much. And okay, Roberto? No issue.
Yeah, yes, I think this work is very, very, very interesting, and I hope you will push forward this analysis, and I think it will be very fruitful also in displaying and making clear all the possible contradictions also across different policies. I'm particularly sensitive to this topic as we just completed a report on energy and the circular economy. I will send you, of course, in which we point to the fact that actually the issue is one of renewables, in that in Europe we have still at present about half of the production of energy from renewables, which is based on biomass. This biomass is very marginally made of waste, and instead it is largely made of virgin biomass. And when you burn a virgin biomass, of course, you are releasing CO2 into the atmosphere, okay, and you are subtracting this material to alternative uses that can be circular, very interesting from an industrial point of view, and thinking to green chemicals and so on. So we have actually a system of incentives and subsidies to renewables that are, to me, contradicting the waste hierarchy. And this is a large-scale process in that they are pointing to virgin biomass as a major feedstock for producing renewables. So I think that this is a big issue. So I am very interested in seeing the analysis of these policy contradictions across the topic of circular economy, bioeconomy, and energy or decarbonization strategies.
Thank you, Roberto, for the point. It's true. Biomasses is probably one of the let's say weak points of many of the subsidies that are currently in force. The analysis of this point was really difficult because indeed we are in a phase of transition. So the current subsidies that are in force in Italy on biomasses, they reflect the previous version of the European directive. Italy has still to comply with the last directive on renewables, and so the incentive schemes are not aligned to the new position by the European Commission. But not only the European Commission, this directive. Anyway, I personally share the vision that the virgin biomasses obtained from crops, they shouldn't be incentivized for many environmental reasons, but also from the circular economy point of view. This is the production of biomasses through crops entails higher material consumptions. In the paper is quoted an article that is produced by RSE that is an LCA of different ways of producing electricity in Italy, and it comes out that a very important indicator from the circular economy perspective, which is the resource deployment, so natural resource deployment, and this LCA shows that two main renewable technologies have a value of the indicator that is much higher than conventional technologies. And the first one is photovoltaic, and this is due to the type of materials that are mainly used in the panels and in the modules and that are made of natural scarce resources. The LCA indicators are very complex indicators, so they depend on characterization. Anyway, this is the result, and also on biomasses, the cultivation of crops to produce biomasses have a high value of this indicator. So unfortunately, the paper is a review of many types of subsidies. So it has not the possibility to get really in depth on each subsidy. But what we are trying to do is to provide some scientific evidence behind each of the evaluation that we are doing in evaluating subsidies.
Thank you.
I will be glad to read your report.
I will send you.
Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, the computer is asking me whether I'm talking. Yes, I am talking, and the micro is off. So, sorry, everybody. So I thought that there were two questions, namely one from Caterina Rondoni and the second from Alessandro Montanaro, but I'm not yet sure, no longer sure. Caterina, was that your hand?
First,
No,
ladies, please.
Yeah,
Don't
indeed,
worry.
but okay.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
okay.
didn't raise the hand.
Okay.
Sorry, I saw wrongly. So I was just thinking about, let's say, the official program. We're a bit, let's say, late on time, say, with this session, because the session should have finished at 12:40, let's say, with 10 minutes delay. But since there are some more questions, if everybody agrees, I would tend to go on with the discussion. Okay, so Alessandro, please.
Thank you, Jacopo. And thank you, Mr. Molocchi, for the really interesting discussion, really. I'm really astonished by the number of more than 100 of Italian subsidies. And I'm thinking at another problem in this discussion. I want to cite the new Prime Minister, Mario Draghi, that in its first discussion in the Italian Parliament cited good and bad subsidies. No, so, he talked about this kind of selection of approaches. I want to know. I want just to comment that if there are more than 100 Italian subsidies, it just means that a major part of Italian enterprises are just not competitive, are just living with this kind of subsidies, I imagine. So I think, what is your opinion on the exit strategy for this problem, for these enterprises? And I want to know if in your systematic approaches of evaluation, you also accounted for employment and growth indicators of SMEs, of Italian firms. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro, for the question. Answering to the last one is that the approach of the catalog is a completely environmental approach, and this is due to the fact that the law asks the Ministry of Environment to find out environmentally harmful subsidies, so without considering any type of social considerations. And in my analysis of subsidies with the circular economy lens, I applied the same principle, which is strictly related to circular economy principles that have been promoted by policies. So there are no social or growth indicator. Obviously, I have an opinion. And in one paper that I produced 3 years ago, I tried to understand which are the beneficiaries of these subsidies, which are the sectors that use these hundreds of subsidies. And it came out a particular picture that it was quite impressive, that many of the sectors that had subsidies were the same sectors with the higher external costs. So it was a complete reversal of the polluter pays principles. In Italy, polluters are paid with subsidies which are not transparent because they are not direct transfers. They are tax allowances. So the sectors that have higher external costs are also the sector that have the higher tax allowances, and this is completely crazy. So I think a systematic approach should be done, and the main outcome of the catalog is to start to making this kind of things transparent. How many subsidies are available in the Italian system? Indeed, the catalog counts 170 subsidies, but indeed there are a lot more. There is another document, official document, which is the tax expenditure list made by the Ministry of Economy and Finance that accounts more than 450 tax discounts. So many of these have not are neutral from the environmental point of view. So that's why they are excluded from the catalog, and that's the why also they have been excluded from my analysis on circular economy. Circular economy is a concept that is close to an environment, but it has some industrial and economic aspects that are very important and that differentiate from the environmental, strictly environmental point of view. I hope I answered to your question.
Thank you. Yes, really interesting. Thank you.
Okay, I would add a comment, but I think that it would be too much in the sense that somebody wrote me a WhatsApp message saying that people are starving, and so maybe we can leave a further comment. Okay, no, I was seeing, I was watching a hand. No, so sorry. Maybe we can leave these comments and further questions for the lunchtime. Which should be in 6 minutes, but in the meantime, we should also go to the final remark and conclusion session. So if Professor Massimiliano Mazzanti is online, as I can see, perhaps he wants to say a few concluding words. Massimiliano?
Yes, I am. Okay, just asking whether, yeah, great, thank you. Very helpful. Just a couple of slides, don't worry, and 3 minutes. So, really big thank again to the organizers. I mean, the effort Jacopo produced was huge, and also thanks to the presenters, thanks to Stefan, Florian, and Jesus, very stunning speeches. Also thanks to Jaime Zecca, Lisa Chiuatto, Ilaria Di Battista, and all the team, Citizen Services, for the organization. I think it was very effective, and 3 days of effective presentation. Just to share with you first a slide on what we are doing and we did and we are going to do for possible collaborations. The big investment of these projects funded by the Ministry of Research is a series of surveys, especially on SMEs. We just concluded. You see, I mean, the 2 surveys on the Italian manufacturing and the Emilia-Romagna. So they are very keen on sharing with you on the basis of research collaborations those data sets, okay, which are pretty regional and updated. We are moving on to a second wave very soon. I mean, starting in March. And I didn't mention, but here the second wave included is going to include a section on bioeconomy, following some interactions we had with the Ministry of the Environment as well. So we have 3-4 questions specific on bioeconomy issues. And then moving from circular economy to other issues, we are also covering Industry 4 in 2021 and another survey on organizational changes. So you see plenty of data to work together with. And finally, in 30 seconds, you can connect to our social media, but we're going to have a workshop, maybe one day half workshop in April. The call for papers is soon. Then we are thinking about a winter workshop just before the holidays, and then maybe a final event, or not maybe, definitely a final event in late September, cross fingers, I guess. It could be vis-a-vis in Ferrara. Okay, so Cercis remains behind. So even if the project is 2018-22, but one idea is to turn this center into a kind of inter-multidisciplinary type of center. So again, thanks a lot for joining this event, and see you soon. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Massimiliano. I think that we can declare now that the workshop is officially finished, closed. We are perfectly on time. Hi, Hemi.
Hi.
We are perfectly on time, or let's say 2 minutes ahead of time for the lunch break. Now, the opportunity for those who want would be to remain connected. Let me just see what's in the chat. Anybody interested to continue the debate on subsidies? Okay, so you generated the Meet link, Andrea. Thank you very much. Okay, perhaps we can move during the lunchtime to that Meet link. So take note because as soon as we close the chat, the call, I mean, it will be lost. So I have just copied. So then, okay, let's close this workshop officially again. I thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed. And more importantly, I hope to see you soon next time. So goodbye, and let's move to Andrea's meeting then. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jacopo. Thanks.
I thank you.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye, and thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Florian.
Goodbye. Great workshop.
Ciao a tutti, grazie, bravo Jacopo, ciao.
Bye.
We made it together.
Bellissima
Bye,
conferenza.
Roberto. So I have already started opening the other window. I mean, the one suggested by Andrea. Okay, we're just a few people here. So goodbye, everybody. I will leave the meeting as well. All the best.